And they're off. Gambler's Pose lunged at the start. Speed from the inside for She's Hot to Trot. Splitting horses, Miss Ozige with the blinkers on. Zip Fire also attending the pace out in the 3-path. And it's 2 lengths back to Cinnamon Bits, who's racing on the inside of Gambler's Pose. They race down the backside, and it's Miss Ozige and Mikey David who have sprinted clear to a 2.5 length advantage. She's Hot to Trot and Deshaun Bino race on the inside of Zip Fire and Deshaun Gaskin, who are bet down to 3-5. Opening quarter was 22-4. Then we have Gambler's Pose racing in 4th under Christoph Douglas on the outside of Cinnamon Bits and Juan Crawford. They're beginning to reel in Miss Ozige now. The lead is down to a length. She's well off the inside, giving room to Zip Fire and She's Hot to Trot to zip up. That forces Gambler's Pose and Cinnamon Bits both very wide as Miss Ozige plummets to last. The half was 47 flat. They've reached ahead of the lane. It's Zip Fire and She's Hot to Trot locked in battle. Far outside, Gambler's Pose racing alongside Cinnamon Bits, who's stalled. She's Hot to Trot and Zip Fire slugging it out with a 16 to go. Neither one's giving an inch. Zip Fire the outside. She's Hot to Trot the inner. Now Zip Fire gets the edge and goes on to win. Zip Fire and Deshaun Gaskin, 3 parts of a length to She's Hot to Trot. Then Cinnamon Bits, Gambler's Pose, and Miss Ozige. 6 furlongs in 1:12-3. And they're off. Perfect beginning. Candid Candace had to take back shortly after the start. There's 3 going for the lead. The gray mare, Frackamore, with Hot Omelet between horses, and now Little Iris and Juan Crawford back off. Candid Candace is racing towards the rear on the inside of Clara You the Best. They roll into the clubhouse turn. It's Frackamore and Kirk Johnson up by 2 lengths to Hot Omelet and Michael David. Another 2.5 back to Little Iris, who's made her way to the inside under Juan Crawford. Alexis Sanchez takes Candid Candace off the inside, and Clara You the Best can see them all under Deshaun Gaskin. They turn into the backside and race parallel to Gilmore Road. It's Frackamore leading the way. Early quarter was 22-4. The lead is 2.5 lengths. Hot Omelet is racing in second. Little Iris advancing on the inside with Candid Candace to her outside, and Clara You the Best bides her time. The half was 46-2. It's a quick pace. They're separated about 6 lengths front to back. Frackamore trying to lead them every step of the way. Hot Omelet, Red Silk's white cap is creeping closer in second. Candid Candace in the pink is moving well 3 wide. Little Iris ridden along from 4th on the inside, and Clara You the Best has trailed throughout. Midway round the turn, they're getting to Frackamore. Hot Omelet putting the pressure on. Little Iris is saving ground on the inside of Candid Candace, and Clara You the Best is getting closer. 3 quarters in 1:12-1. At the head of the lane, they're all in with a chance. Hot Omelet on the outside. Room up the rail for Little Iris and Juan Crawford. Little Iris saved every inch of ground and has now opened up 3 lengths. Clara You the Best is trying to follow that path, but not doing enough. Little Iris and Juan Crawford in a romp. Little Iris going on to score by 4. Candid Candace second, then Clara You the Best, Hot Omelet, and Frackamore, 143-2. they're off. Firecracker Fiona dwelt at the start, spots them at least 6 lengths. Speed on the outside for Momaxi, who's a length better than Speedy Lady. Brengan Girl on the inside. Then we have Noble Bowden following the leading trio, and then well back to Firecracker Fiona. They don't want to give Momaxi too easy a lead. She was sent off at 1-5, and she has a neck advantage over Brengan Girl racing along the rail with Speedy Lady. They now take back and allow Momaxi the lead, 22-3 for the opening quarter. Noble Bowden moving well in 4th on the outside, and now Firecracker Fiona is within 6 lengths of the lead. They race within the 3 furlong pole. Momaxi moving very comfortably on the front end. Speedy Lady ridden along by Brian Shane on the outside with Brengan Girl 3rd. Firecracker Fiona swings to the far outside to get past Noble Bowden. Less than 2 furlongs to travel, 45-3 to the half. They have a lot of work to do to reel in a confidently handled Momaxi. It's Momaxi well clear with a furlong to go. Speedy Lady and Brengan Girl continue to battle it out for the Miners, 57-3 for 5/8. A 16th to go, and Momaxi is going to win as easy as she pleases. Momaxi gives Juan Crawford and Steve Cathcart back-to-back wins. They win by 8. Tight for second between Brengan Girl and Speedy Lady, then Firecracker Fiona and Noble Bowden. 1-10-2. And they're off in the long run thoroughbred aftercare stakes. Supergirl sprints clear from the inside, already up a length and a half to get out the vote, racing in second on the outside of Empty Gesture. Then we have Leasiate, who broke well but is falling back and is now trailing with Periwinkle on the inside. Supergirl at 3-5 leads a length and a half. Empty Gesture is inched closer under Juan Crawford. Into second, a length better than Get Out the Vote. The opening quarter was 22-2. Periwinkle and Edgar Zenteno race in 4th, and Leasiate trails as they string out midway around the turn. They're essentially single file. It's Supergirl looking to make all the running, confidently handled thus far by Kirk Johnson. The lead is now 3 lengths as Empty Gesture comes under some left-handed encouragement. Get Out the Vote is 3 deep and needs to do better than Periwinkle and Leasiate. Down the stretch they come. It's Supergirl and Kirk Johnson, still 4 lengths clear. Empty Gesture is trying to diminish the margin. Periwinkle moving well down the extreme outside, but the wire is coming and Supergirl is still in front. Empty Gesture, one last push, but Supergirl holds on. Supergirl a length to Empty Gesture, then Periwinkle, Leasiate, and Get Out the Vote. 5.5 and 104-1. And they're off. Your Valentino out well from the inside with Grand Spirited and Fast and Ready. Globe Trotting going to find good position with Luis Reyes on the inside. Then we have Mannix, who's taking back this time, racing on the inside of Bill Needle, and Heat Merchant can see them all. They race into the clubhouse turn. It's a battle up front between Yor Valentino and Juan Crawford on the inside of Grand Spirited and Pierre Mailhot. These two have quickly opened up 4 lengths on Fast and Ready, who's well spotted under Deshaun Bino. Then it's another gap of 3 to Globetrotting, with Heat Merchant moving up on the outside. Mannix tugging at the bit, and that leaves Bill Needle as the trailer. 23-3 for the opening quarter. Midway down the back stretch, the pace battle continues between Yor Valentino and Grand Spirited. Fast and Ready biding his time in third. Globetrotting moving well on the inside in fourth. Then we have Heat Merchant moving a 3-wide advance. Mannix in a bit of traffic there past a half in 46-4, and Bill Needle still at the back. Grand Spirited now getting the better of Yor Valentino, who's steadied by Crawford. Fast and Ready is descending. Here comes a rally from Heat Merchant and Mannix, now in the clear, moving well. At the head of the lane, it's Grand Spirited. He had to battle early. He put away the competition, and now he has to take on the challenge of Fast and Ready. Orange blinkers of Mannix are emerging. Heat Merchant down the far outside. 4 across the track. Mannix and Kirk Johnson going on to a score here. It's going to be Mannix, a length and a quarter. A photo for place between Heat Merchant and Fast and Ready, then Grand Spirited, 124-2. And they're off in the long-run Thoroughbred Retirement Stakes. Straight to the lead, Garofoli rockets out of the starting gate, but he's being pressured on the inside by Forest Flash. Good position, third on the inside for Pat's Gamble, racing a length better than stablemate Star Scholar, and Mia and Me is at the back. It's about 6 lengths front to back. Forest Flash and Mikey David have taken the advantage from Garofoli and Deshaun Gaskin. These two have already pulled 6 lengths clear of Pat's Gamble and Steve Jadu. Then we have Mia and Me and Melanie Pinto racing on the inside at the back with Star Scholar, Juan Crawford in the green cap to his outside. 22-1, a quick opening quarter, and now Garofoli counter punches and takes the lead from Forest Flash. Pat's Gamble swings to the outside. He still has 6 lengths to make up and a furlong to do it. It's Garofoli striding clear within the 8th pole. Pat's Gamble coming into second, but Garofoli finding more in the final 16th. Garofoli and Deshaun Gaskin, an absolute romp in the long-run Thoroughbred Retirement Stakes. Pat's Gamble second, then Star Scholar, Forest Flash, and Mia and Me, 103-2. And they're off. Very good beginning. Our Skyline out well towards the inside. Strike a Note also showing speed. Out wide, Our Lily, Naked in the Forest, and Blues Mommy. Between horses, Frederica's Rose. The top 6 are quite clustered. The early trailer is Dancin' Mary Marie. The pace now being set by Strike a Note and Deshaun Gaskin, leading a length to Naked in the Forest, Red Blinkers with Alexis Sanchez on the outside. Then we have R. Lily and Luis Reyes racing between horses with R. Skyline and Corey Jordan on the rail. The opening quarter was 22-3. Now Steve Jadu makes a 3-wide advance on Blues Mommy. She's moved into third. It's a gap of 4 more to the trailing duo of Dancing Mary Marie with Melanie Pinto and Frederica's Rose and Juan Crawford. About 8 lengths front to back, just over 2 furlongs to go. Strike a Note still has the lead, but here comes Blues Mommy moving well into second. R. Lily is third. That's all for Naked in the Forest. Fourth on the inside is R. Skyline. They turn for home. It's still Strike a Note looking to make all under Deshaun Gaskin. Blues Mommy and Steve Jadu second on the outside. R. Lily still in with a shot. Just over a 16th to go. Strike a Note still on top. Blues Mommy trying, but Strike a Note will prevail. Strike a Note goes wire to wire. Photo for second, I think it's Blues Mommy over R. Lily. Then Dancing Mary Marie ran on for fourth. R. Skyline, Frederica's Rose, and Naked in the Forest. 1-12-2. And they're off. A good beginning, Zimbabwe out a bit slowly from the center of the gate. Heavy Like a Chevy is out well, but along the inside, the stablemate, Very Debonair, intent on making the lead. Good position for Super Serenade, third on the inside, racing a length and a half better than Lumberyard, who's racing towards the rail with Dodester to his outer. Then it's Drop Your Gloves, and a few lengths back to Zimbabwe. They race into the turn. The opening quarter was 22-2. It's Very Debonair and Kirk Johnson, a length to Heavy Like a Chevy and Brian Shane. Mikey David says go on Dodester. He's moving well, 3 wide, with Lumberyard and Melanie Pinto between horses and Super Serenade and Alexis Sanchez towards the rail. Down the stretch they come. Very Debonair clinging to the lead. Heavy Like a Chevy is there in second. Dodester angling towards the inside, as does Lumberyard. They still need to run down Very Debonair, who broke fast, has the lead. Kirk the Chef Johnson looking for 3. Very Debonair coming to the wire. Very Debonair holds on. Very Debonair over Lumberyard. A fast charge from Drop Your Gloves. Then Dodester, Super Serenade, Zimbabwe, and Heavy Like a Chevy. 58-2.
ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Fort Erie Racetrack for a Monday evening of live thoroughbred racing. It's a very warm day here in the Niagara region, 30 degrees Celsius, 86 Fahrenheit, a very slight 5-mile-per-hour breeze helping cool things off a little bit, but it's still a warm day here at the fort. The main track is fast and the turf course is firm. 29 minutes to first post. Visit our website, forterierieracing.com, for information about everything going on here at the track. Tune into the pre-race show for info about the track conditions, scratches and changes, handicapping info, and info about upcoming races and events. Racing is back tomorrow at Fort Erie. Post time will be 4:30. And be sure to come out. Tomorrow we're celebrating an early Canada Day featuring a live concert from Rock Garden after the races. Tomorrow's Canada Day celebration is in partnership with Fort Erie Festivals. There'll be free cupcakes on track while supplies last. The Wiener Dogs come back to Fort Erie on Sunday, July 12th. As always, admission is free. And the Basset Hounds and Corgi races will return to the Border Oval on August 3rd. Be sure to come out on Sunday, August 30th for the returning Fort Foodie Fest, live racing, and the Food Truck Festival, sponsored by TELUS Pure Fiber. The 91st running of the Prince of Wales Stakes takes place on Labor Day this year, September 7th. Also returning this year for Prince of Wales Day is the fashion contest for the best dressed ladies. The winner will get a gift certificate from Lasting Impressions Lifestyle Boutique. Fort Erie's Track-A-Lantern returns this year on October 12th. Starting at noon, kids in costume can trick or treat around the track. We're having non-winning ticket draws today. Bring your non-winning tickets to customer service to enter the prize draw. Treat your team to an exciting day at the races, only $15 per person. The track pack includes one food item, one drink, and a Fort Erie live racing program. Be sure to book your table in the Turfside Dining Room, open on live racing days. Reservations are recommended. Head down to the Paddock Shack for burgers, hot dogs, sausages, fries, and poutine, plus beer and soft drinks, located near the walking ring. Become a member of HBIBet.com today. Get $100 when you bet $100, plus your first bet is on us. Tune into your TV Niagara for the Fort Erie Race Replay Show, Channel 70 HD or 100 on Epico. Thursdays at 10:30, Saturdays at 4, and Sundays at noon. Jackpot High Five wagering offered in Race 6 today. The carryover is $550.50. Smoking is allowed in designated areas only at Fort Erie Racetrack. No food or beverage are allowed in these areas, and no cannabis is allowed on the property. Up next are today's changes. Race 1 is clear, no changes in the first. In Race 2, we have a rider change on the number 3, Captain Clutch. Make the rider Kirk Johnson. Correct the weight to 120 pounds. In Race 3, we have a rider change on the number 4, Wicked Mercury. Make the rider Deshaun Gaskin. Correct the weight to 124 pounds. Race 4, we need a rider for the number 1, Van Du, TBA for the number 1. In Race 5, the number 3, Galveston, is a steward scratch. Take out the 3. And in Race 6, we have a rider change on the number 1, Charity First. Make the rider Michael David. He'll be 3 pounds over at 120. And an overweight on the number 7, Arctic Velocity, 1 pound over at 118. Fast and firm for a 6-race card, our first Monday of the racing calendar here at Fort Erie. Let's take a look at our selections on the program. Race 1 is a claiming race, 4,000 the tag for 3-year-olds and up, which haven't won a race this year or never won 4. 6 furlongs the distance. The early pick 4 starts here. It's a field of 6 to kick off the day here. Got a big class dropper with the number 2, Where Is Essa? Be my top pick, dropping down from the $6,000 level. Went to the lead last time. took some pressure and folded. That was a pretty tough race. Silent Miracle, Paperback Hero. I think Where Is Essa? He was a very capable horse last year. Won for $6,250 and for $10,000. Just needs to get back on stride this season. Juan Crawford riding for Sharon Chicado. Also like the number 4, Cantucci, who ran a pretty good race to be 4th, placed 3rd after some trouble in early stretch. He's got a bit of a speed. He raced well at Mountaineer 3 starts ago. And the number 5, Commander Joe, going for owner-trainer Nick Malini Jr., Helen Vanek in the saddle. Ran a flat race in his first start in a few months on June 14th. Now makes his second start off the layoff. We'll see what this 8-year-old stallion can do. Race 2 kicks off the pick 5 on today's card. It's a 4-claimer for the mares which have never won 2 races, 5-furlong sprint. Field of 6 going to go to gate here. My top choice is the number 5, Super Serenade. Alexis Sanchez and Howard Keane team up here. Also the top choice of Ashley Mayu. This one ran against the boys in an allowance race on the turf last week and ran pretty well. Was 5th, beaten only 3 lengths. Had some decent horses in that spot. She gets a lot of class relief here, dropping in for $4,000. 2 starts ago, she was a distant second behind Get Out the Vote for $6,250. I think this is a reachable spot. She likes the dirt. I think we're going to see a lot of money on the number 3, Captain Clutch, going for Tony Adamo and Icon Racing Stables. They've already won 10 races at the meet. Captain Clutch clung on to win the Summer Solstice Cup on opening day. That was a maiden stakes race. They claim this one for $15,000. They barely won the cup, and now they're jamming her in for $4,000. She could get the lead and go all the way, but she's a bit suspect at a short price. We've got Kirk Johnson picking up the mount on Captain Clutch. Number 4, Her Obsession, was a winner at Woodbine 2 starts ago. Disappointed last time out for $7,500. Drops right in for 4. Her only start on the dirt was on a sloppy track going 2 turns. I won't hold that against her. Deshaun Bino rides for Joan Mitchell. We're on the turf for race 3, a 5-furlong sprint, 4,000 claiming fillies and mares which haven't won a race this year or which have never won 4. Late pick 4 wagering starts here. Nice field of 8. Set to go to post here. Got another heavy favorite, the number 4, Wicked Mercury. Going to take money for Adamo and Icon. I've gone to the number 2, Kid Gizmo, for Roy Augustino and Steve Jadu. Kid Gizmo kicked her season off on the dirt on June 7th. She's not a dirt horse. That was more of just a tightener than anything. She's much better on the turf. She almost won the Molson Cup last year. I'm not sure 5 furlongs is an ideal distance for her, but I do like to switch back to the turf in the second start off the layoff. So at 15-1 morning line, I'm more than willing to give her a look. Wicked Mercury, 9-year-old mare for Adamo and Icon. They claimed this one for $15,000 in August last year at Woodbine, and it wasn't long until she was racing here for $6,250. Was put on the shelf after that win here. Now she's back for $4,000. She's a 10-time winner. She knows how to win races. She likes the turf. 5 furlongs, also not the ideal distance for her. We'll see if she's ready to go off the bench with Deshaun Gaskin picking up the mount. Number 5, Mi Tormenta, makes her 40-year debut here. She's been sent down here from Woodbine by Ross Armada, now in the barn of Lindsay Hode. This is a horse who at Woodbine has always been able to pop up when you least expect it and win at a big price. She loves 5 furlongs. Her races so far this season haven't been great. We'll see if the change of scenery does this 8-year-old mare any good. I would not leave her out at a big price. Race 4, back on the dirt, an 8,000 claimer for mares which have not won a race this year or which have never won 4. 5.5 furlongs the distance to kick off the final rolling pick 3 of the card here. And we've got some pretty good quality mares here. I'm going with the number 5, Legs Like Flatter, who kicked off her season with a win on June 7th for $6,250. Tracked the pace setter, improved best in the stretch run. Now bumps up to the 8,000 level. She's won 4 out of 7 here at 40 years. She loves the dirt. She can be in good position. Juan Crawford having a great season. Sharon Chicado, very reliable trainer here. Legs Like Flatter looks as good as anybody here. Number 4, Get Out the Vote, won her first 2 races. Slow speed figures for both those wins, 62.50 non-2 and then a starter optional 10. I was kind of surprised how slow the figure came up on June 7th when she beat Traves. Came back in the long run, Aftercare Stakes, had a wide trip and just flattened out. Gets back in a more reasonable level. Clearly capable here on the Fort Erie Dirt. She could definitely rebound this week. And then the number 7, Chrome's Big Break. A couple years ago was the horse of the year here at Fort Erie. Won 6 races in 1 season. This year was second best behind Signature Ring on June 14th. Signature Ring was loose on the lead and she just couldn't catch her. Chrome's Big Break, another one. She's fast. She knows how to win. Kirk Johnson riding for Steve Cathcart. Can never totally leave her out of the picture. Race 5 is an 8,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up which haven't won a race this year or which have never won 4. 6 furlongs the distance. Field of 7 after the scratch of Galveston. Top choice here for me is the number 5, Truly Mischief, for Claudia Rabstein and Jeffrey Alderson. Nice to see Jeffrey coming down to ride here this week. He's been having a very nice season up at Woodbine. Quite a few multi-win days. Truly Mischief ran in an open allowance on opening day. Garofoli, Pats Gamble, Shaku Maku. Those are the best sprinters on the ground. Now we get in for 8,000. We've had a couple races at Woodbine that weren't bad against reasonable company. I think this is the right spot for Truly Mischief. I think he'll run a good race here. The number 6, Bingo's Grind, has had 2 fantastic efforts so far this season. He closes like a freight train, and he's just come up a bit short. Got beat a neck by If You Insist 2 starts ago. Then last time, third behind Stylish Gent and Always Away. Always Away just ran great at Woodbine this weekend. There could be a lot of pace in this race, so maybe Bingo's Grind will prove best in the finish this time. Then the number 8, Paperback Hero. Beaten a half length by Silent Miracle last time, who also shows up here. Much better than his first start of the season. Helen Vanek now a bit more familiar with this 8-year-old gelding sent out by Roy Augustino and Reggie Johnston. He's a super consistent check earner. He's looking for his 10th lifetime win. Just a kind of horse, again, you can never leave horses like him completely out of the equation. Back on the turf to close out the day, Jackpot High 5 wagering, small carryover to go after. It's a maiden allowance going about 7 furlongs on the turf course. We've got a field of 9 to go the circuit. Should be a good group. I've gone to the number 6, Speedy Connection. Off the claim for Tony Adamo and Icon Racing, Zero Ford in the saddle. Claim for $15,000 at Woodbine on June 7th from a very good effort behind stablemate, now stablemate, Grand Warrior. Biggest question with Speedy Connection is the turf. He's never raced on it before, but he's run 2 very good races at Woodbine. He should be very competitive with the Fort Erie competition. The number 8, Sunset Skippy, is a long shot I'm interested in. Kicked off his season in the Sprint into Summer Cup. Ran on a bit to be 4th, wasn't a threat. He's by Society's chairman, and the Society's chairmans typically really step up on the turf. It's by far the best surface for his progeny, generally speaking. He has a tough post to work from. Hopefully Jeffrey Alderson can work out a trip. But again, at 15-1, I think this is a horse you have to take a look at. And the number 3, Alzado, going to round things out for me. Alzado was flat in his first start of the season, 5 furlongs on June 14th. Probably just needed the tightener. 2 turns is definitely better for him. He could be a bit more forwardly placed getting out to the 2-turn trip. Alexis Sanchez riding this one for Roy Augustino. Alzado, definitely one to consider from a good post. 6 races on tap today here from Fort Erie Racetrack. Again, a small carryover to chase in the Jackpot High 5. A couple on the turf. 15 minutes to first post. Best of luck with all of your wagers and enjoy your day here at Fort Erie. C'est ça.
It's easy to make a bet on HPIBet.com. Follow these simple steps and you'll be betting in no time. First, go to the HPIBet.com website. Sign in to your HPI Bet account. Find the track and race you want to bet on. Click on the Place Bet button. Click on the bet type you want to wager with. Click on the amount you want to wager. Click on the horse you want to wager on. Click on the green Place Bet button. Review your bet confirmation information. It's all done. Remember, all this can be done on most mobile devices. Now cheer on your pick to victory.
We're ready for the opener here on this beautiful Monday, a 6-race program, and here to kick things off, $4,000 claimers in the spotlight. 6 furlongs will be the distance here on the main track, and I'll be honest, it's a compact field. I did find it really difficult to say that I love a top pick in here because I think a couple of horses need to show that they can get on track once again, and we necessarily haven't seen it in their first start or two this season. So maybe the conditions will play a role, maybe the class will play the role, and I think that could be a combination of things here for the number 2, Where Is Essa, the morning line favorite. I will go back to him one more time. I've used him in his 2 starts this season, and I've been a little bit disappointed. I think when you kind of look at his first start on the year, he had the outside draw, he got fanned 5 wide and didn't make the lead, and I didn't necessarily love that trip for him, so I gave him a pass. And then looking at last time out, he did drop a little bit in class, but it was an off track. So I liked that he showed that speed that we know he has. Maybe today he finds his friends, and I do think the fast track could be a difference maker. So I do use him on top. Just watching him here in the paddock, he's got good energy. He's not exuding too much, but he's certainly giving his handler here a little bit of a walk around as he just wants to kind of get to the track. So to me, I love what I see from him. I will use him on top. Others to consider, the number 1, Thelonious, is a horse that wins about 1 race a year. That's what he's done, but he typically does fire a decent effort. And when I went through some of his races, I do feel like some of them at least he has faced tougher. He certainly faced tougher in his last race of 2025 in the Harvest Moon Cup, and it was going longer. And typically I do think he wants to go 2 turns, but I just wonder here with the new barn, new rider aboard today, can he be ready to take another step forward? We'll see. I thought the price would be right on him. The draw on the inside, don't necessarily love for him, but it's not a huge field. I do think he could get an okay trip against this bunch. And then rounding out the top 3, the number 5, Commander Joe. He's one that we have seen shine here. He's had some big numbers, especially when he was second with a 75 Beyer speed figure last September. He made the lead, and you look at his most recent effort, I just don't feel like he was able to get into gear as early as they would have wanted. It was his first start since Mahoning Valley in the winter, where you can see he had tough tracks, a frozen track, a muddy track. I think kind of looking at him, they don't want moisture in the track. So another one that could take another step forward. He should be more fit this time around, and I actually really like the draw for him. I do think maybe the horse to his inside is going to go a little bit, the number 4, Cantucci, but I don't think the outside will. So we know Kellen Vanek, a very capable rider, can get him into gear early on and hopefully secure a good position. But we'll see how fast they go. There's a fair bit of speed signed on. I do use one of the speedier types on top, the number 2, Where Is Essa. Don't forget this is going to kick off the early 20-cent minimum pick 4. Good luck.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a late rider change in the 4th race. If you'll turn your programs forward to race 4. The number 1 Van Du will now be ridden by Leo Salas with a corrected weight of 124 pounds. Put Leo Salas on number 1 Van Du in race 4. Correct the weight to 124. Field is making their way on track for today's first race. Race 1 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race in 2026 or which have never won 4 races. Going for a claiming price of $4,000, traveling a distance of 6 furlongs, competing for a purse of $15,300. Race 1 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent early pick 4 wagering. Race 1 post parade, number 1 is Thelonious. Jeffrey Alderson riding for trainer Ken Smith and owner Ashley Palmer. Number 2 is Where Is Essa? Juan Crawford in the saddle for trainer Sharon Chicotto, who owns in partnership with Jim Batir and Michael Thomas Green. Number 3 is Bongino. Leo Salas has the call for trainer Nick Malini Jr. and owner Bruno Schickedans. Dave Mathis owns the number 4 Cantucci. Julie Mathis trains. The rider is Brian Shane. Nick Malini Jr. owns and trains the number 5 Commander Joe, ridden today by Helen Vanek. Completing the field, number 6 Action Point. Mikey David has the call for trainer Steve Cathcart and owner Andrew Weems. 1 minute to post for race 1. Early pick 4 wagering starts here. Not too much time left to get those race 1 wagers in. The early pick 4 starts here. 4 to 5 favorite, the number 2 Where Is Essa? 3 to 1 on the number 4 Cantucci. Get those race 1 wagers in. They'll be headed to post shortly. Race 1 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Where is Essa? Still your even money favorite as we begin loading. For our first Monday card of the year here at Fort Erie, the first up will be Thelonious with Jeffrey Alderson. Great to see Jeffrey Alderson back with us here at Fort Erie. Where is Essa and Juan Crawford at even money. Bongino, Leo Salas and the Bruno Chicadan Silks. Cantucci and Brian Shane to gate 4. Commander Joe and Helen Vanek. And the last in will be Action Point with Mikey David. All set. And they're off. Where is Essa dwelt at the start, spotted them a few lengths. Speed from the center of the gate for Cantucci and Commander Joe. Third on the inside is Thelonious. Now here comes a rush from Where is Essa to find position. He's into third in the 2-path. The trailing duo are Action Point racing on the outside of Bongino. Midway down the backside, it's a speed duel up front. Commander Joe and Helen Vanek on the outside of Cantucci and Brian Shane. 23 seconds flat for the opening quarter. Jeffrey Alderson has Thelonious on the inside of Where is Essa and Juan Crawford, racing 2 lengths better than Action Point and Mikey David. The trailer is Bongino with Leo Salas. Midway round the turn, the top 2 have opened up 5 lengths. It's still Cantucci and Commander Joe duking it out head and head. Where is Essa under some left-handed encouragement and from third as Thelonious begins to tire. Then Action Point and Bongino can see them all. Little is changed at the head of the lane. It's Cantucci on the inside, Commander Joe on the outer. Commander Joe with a short advantage. Cantucci fighting back. Where is Essa trying but spinning his tires in third. Now, Commander Joe has the neck in front of Cantucci. Coming down to the wire, Commander Joe will prove best. Commander Joe and Helen Vanek, 3 parts of a length to Cantucci. Then Where is Essa, Thelonious, Action Point, and Bongino. 6 furlongs and 110 flat. Unofficial in race 1, the winner is number 5, Commander Joe. Second is the 4, Cantucci. Third, number 2, Where is Essa, and fourth, number 1, Thelonious. Unofficial race 1 order, 5-4-2-1. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial race 1 winner, number 5, Commander Joe. Commander Joe is an 8-year-old chestnut horse by Giant Gizmo out of Blonde Miss, bred here in Ontario by Philip and Donna Healy. Ridden victory today by Helen Vanek, Commander Joe is owned and trained by Nick Malini Jr. First win of the season and 5th lifetime win for Commander Joe, who prevails in the speed duel and completes the 6 furlongs in a winning time of 1:10 flat. Congratulations to the connections of Commander Joe. Hold all tickets until race 1 is made official. Race 1 is now official. Prices are up. Commander Joe returns $880 to win, $530 and $260. Number 4, Cantucci second, $490 to place, $280. Third, number 2, Where Is Essa, $210 to show. $2 exacta, $5-4, $35.90. The $1 try, $542, $36.75. $1 super, $5421, $137.55. We had a claim out of race 1, the number 4, Cantucci, claimed by Bailey Ann Spin, moves to the barn of trainer George Newland. Fort Erie is proud to partner with Oneida New Holland Niagara. We'd like to thank them for providing us with a tractor for our racetrack maintenance. And a shout out to our partners at True Green Professional Lawn Care, who since last year have been helping us keep our grass look green and lush. Race 2 changes, a rider change on the number 3, Captain Clutch, make the rider Kirk Johnson correct the weight to 120 pounds. 17 minutes to post.
Time for the Pick 5 here in race number 2. It's a $4,000 claiming event for fillies and mares. Non-winners of 2 Life. They'll compete at the 5 furlong distance. And for me, it really came down to 2 of the fillies in here, that being the 3 Captain Clutch and the 5 Super Serenade. And I kept on going back and forth, trying to envision trips, looking at who they faced and maybe in their last out or the start prior. And ultimately, I also factored in value. And I did go to the 5 Super Serenade as the top pick. This one goes out for Howard Keene. You look at the most recent effort. It was just a week ago or so, and it wasn't a horrible performance. I mean, only missed by 3 lengths, but the big difference, that was on the turf sprinting. I really did like her return this season when she was able to finish second behind Get Out the Vote, who was able to take that race impressively, came back to win next out. I think that speaks a little bit to the quality of that group, and just being second best behind that one, I don't think is anything to be ashamed of. I think it's a performance that she can build up upon, especially getting back here onto the main track, and the distance should be just fine for her in terms of where she could be early. Probably going to be, I would hope, at least a little bit forward. That was the case that day, and she just simply was second best. So use Super Serenade on top. Have to respect the number 3 in here, Captain Clutch, who was impressive in that dirt debut, which we saw here on opening day, taking the Summer Solstice Cup in gate-to-wire fashion. And this isn't like she was able to open up this sizable lead. I mean, she was hounded throughout, and Game to the Wire was able to win by a neck in front of Naked in the Forest. Blues Mommy has come back to run pretty well, in my opinion. So with that in mind, I just think these are the 2 fillies that you really want to key in on, especially if you're looking at this late pick 5 sequence. So I use those as the top 2. And then from here was torn between the 1 and the 2. Looked at the 2 a little bit, looked at those performances, maybe thought she would be ready to roll after having some time off, and maybe a horse that just really didn't appreciate Mahoning Valley, especially given 3 of those 4 starts, they were over and off track. But I thought the value might be on the 1 Easter Sunday Girl, who we did see here once last year. It was her final start in mid-October, and she showed some early foot. She was kind of game towards the front, but then she backed out of it. She was in for 6,000 that day. I do think this is a drop in class. I mean, Super Serenade did finish 3rd in that race, so maybe something to point out. And just kind of went through her past performances and did like some of the form that we saw in June and July up at Woodbine last year. So just thought she was intriguing in terms of her work tab. She's had several drills. The most recent one, a little bit of a tune-up, 35-1 for the 3 furlong distance. So we'll see what the tactics are as she draws the rail in here. But a little bit of a tricky way maybe to single, in my opinion, in this opening leg of the pick 5. So I'd at least use 2, maybe 3 if you decide you can maybe find some singles along the way. But it does get pretty hard, especially in the last couple of races here on the Monday program. So I will use the 5 on top, followed by the 3, and then underneath in the 3rd spot, the 1 Easter Sunday Girl. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's second race. Race 2 is a claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2 races. Going for a claiming price of $4,000, traveling a distance of 5 furlongs, competing for a purse of $15,300. Race 2 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent pick 5 wagering. Race 2 post parade, number 1 is Easter Sunday Girl, Deshaun Gaskin in the saddle for trainer Joe Humber and owner Tessa Passero. Number 2 is Jagana, Helen Vanek riding for trainer Nick Molini Jr. and owner Bruno Schickadans. Number 3 is Captain Clutch. Kirk Johnson picks up the mount for trainer Tony Adamo and owners Icon Racing Stable and Stephanie Secocia. Number 4 is Her Obsession, Deshaun Bino riding for trainer Joan Mitchell, who owns in partnership with Wilfred Irwin. Away from parade, number 5 is Super Serenade. Alexis Sanchez has the call for trainer Howard Keane, who owns in partnership with Ian Ricardo Brown. Completing the field, number 6, Ring Bit. Leo Salas rides for trainer Nick Molini Jr. and owner Bruno Schickadans. Pick 5 wagering offered here in the second.
Starting gate is moving into position. Not much time left to get your race 2 wagers in. 4 to 5 favorite, the number 3 Captain Clutch. 2 to 1 support on the number 5 Super Serenade. 5 furlongs to trip. The pick 5 wager kicks off here in race 2. Race 2 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Fillies and mares set to load for the second race of the day. Captain Clutch, the number 3, still your 4 to 5 favorite. First up will be Easter Sunday Girl, making her Fort Erie debut under Deshaun Gaskin. Jagana looking to give Helen Vanek and Nick Malini Jr. both ends of the early double. Captain Clutch, the Summer Solstice Cup winner, with Kirk Johnson at even money. Her Obsession and Deshaun Bino. Super Serenade bet down to 7 to 5 under Alexis Sanchez. Goes in. Last up will be Ring Bit with Leo Salas. All set. And they're off. A good beginning. Speed from the center of the gate for Captain Clutch with Her Obsession. On the outside, Super Serenade, now Jagana vying for position towards the rail, but Captain Clutch has sprinted clear to a 4-length advantage as they roll into the turn. It's Captain Clutch and Kirk Johnson up by 5 over Jagana and Helen Vanek. The next 4 race in a line, Easter Sunday Girl and Deshaun Gaskin, Her Obsession and Deshaun Bino, then Super Serenade and Alexis Sanchez, and Ring Bit with Leo Salas. Midway round the turn, just over 2 furlongs to travel, and they still have 5 lengths to make up on Captain Clutch, who went the opening quarter in 22 seconds flat. Captain Clutch clinging to the lead. Now Easter Sunday Girl and Deshaun Gaskin begin to reel her in, moving well down the outside. Captain Clutch still on top. Easter Sunday Girl rallying. Jagana is third. Here comes Easter Sunday Girl trying to get to Captain Clutch. 70 yards to go. Easter Sunday Girl and Deshaun Gaskin. Easter Sunday Girl win by 2. Captain Clutch, then Jagana, Her Obsession, Super Serenade, and Ring Bit. 5 furlongs and 58 and 4. Unofficial in race 2, the winner is number 1, Easter Sunday Girl. Second is the 3, Captain Clutch. Third, number 2, Jagana. And fourth, number 4, Her Obsession. Unofficial race 2 order, 1, 3, 2, 4. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's second race, number 1, Easter Sunday Girl. Easter Sunday Girl is a 5-year-old bay mare by Holy Boss out of Sensible Shoes, bred in Maryland by David Benjamin Bloom. Ridden to victory today by Deshaun Gaskin, Easter Sunday Girl is trained by Joe Humber for Tessa Passero. Second lifetime win for Easter Sunday Girl, who takes her Fort Erie debut with ease, completing the 5 furlongs in a winning time of 58-4. Congratulations to the connections of Easter Sunday Girl. Hold all tickets until race 2 is made official. Race 2 is now official. Prices are up. Easter Sunday Girl, an 11-1 upset, 24.30 to win, 740 and 460. Second, number 3, Captain Clutch, 280 to place 230. Third, number 2, Jagana, 340 to show. $2 exacta, 1.3, 61.70. The $1 try, 132, $113.60. $1 super, 1.324, $650, 5 cents. $2 double, 5-1, $95 even. We had a claim out of race 2, the number 3, Captain Clutch, claimed by owner-trainer Ken Albu. I'd like to give a shout out to our partners at All-in-One Legal Concierge. If you have legal hurdles, you can bet on All-in-One. And a shout out to our partner, Dr. Jeff M. Robichaud of Niagara Rhinoplasty. Contact info is on screen, located at 23 Hanover Drive, Unit 5, St. Catharines. Race 3 is coming up in 18 minutes. We have a rider change on the number 4, Wicked Mercury. Make the rider Deshaun Gaskin. Correct the weight to 124 pounds.
Race 3 is our first turf race of the day. It's 5 furlongs here for the fillies and mares. They're in for the $4,000 tag. And if you got knocked out of the pick 5, I don't know if it gets easier from here, as I do think these races are really full of the potential for an upset. And this was a group that I ultimately did go to the favorite as the top pick, but I do have interest in a fair few other of the runners in here. We will start, though, with the 4 Wicked Mercury in the barn of Tony Adamo, a horse that was very impressive last time out. And I think the thing I liked about that performance late last year, it was on this turf course. It wasn't going this short, but this is a horse that was really comfortable sitting just off of it and coming with one run. Thought it was a beautiful ride that day from Zarel Ford, and just got Zarel gave this horse just the perfect trip going that distance. Now, the cutback I don't think is going to hurt this one at all. In terms of the speed signed on in here, I do think there's enough that this one could get the right setup. So I did use the favorite on top, but I have to say, very, very excited to see the number 2 Kid Gizmo get back on the grass. This is a mare that you look at last year, was able to have 2 nice wins, and they were impressive, in a second in the Molson Cup, and that speaks to her ability. Do I know if she wants to go this short? I'm not sure that that is the right distance for her, but it's nice to see her have the opportunity to get her legs here on the grass. I think it's going to be a big difference maker from her seasonal debut that we saw just a couple of weeks ago. I don't think when you look at her dirt races that that's what she wants to do. She really thrives over the turf, and this is probably a starting point for her grass campaign this season, but I do think this is a great spot. It's a little aggressive in terms of the claiming price of $4,000, but this is what she wants to do. So I knew 15 to 1 on the morning line. We weren't going to get that. And finally from here, torn between the 6 Fairhope Curly and the 8 Super Cop. And Super Cop, I think, is a horse that I would still toy with, at least in the exotic. She does have a decent turf effort here, and I thought, looking at her effort last time out, maybe she wanted to go a little bit further. She didn't really battle back the way that I wanted to, and then in the final stages she showed run once again. So with that in mind, I would use her underneath, but in the 3rd spot I did go to the 6 Fairhope Curly, who I thought ran really well last time out in her return to the races, and it wasn't a long return. We did see her at Tampa this winter, where she had one decent race. I didn't care for her other ones in there because it always felt like she had so much work to do. But in that first start here at Fort Erie, I thought that she was able to roll from off of it, only missed by just over 2 lengths. Originally in that 7-horse field, she was last and finished 3rd. And I do respect the top 2 in there. Ala Turca, I believe, is in the opener tomorrow. We'll see Legs Like Flatter as well during this race week. And I think the world of her. So it's going to be interesting to see how this horse is able to perform here. Excuse me, I was actually speaking the wrong horse there for a second. But I do think the 6 is an interesting one off the last out effort. So misspoke there. The 7's actually the one that saw those other ones. So for me, torn between the 4 Wicked Mercury and also using the 2 here, Kid Gizmo. It's going to come down to price, but a little bit of a tricky race here to kick things off in that late pick 4. Just previewing the rest of the sequence here. Race 4. A nice claiming event for the fillies and mares, in for $8,000. You'll see Get Out the Vote, as well as Traverse, Legs Like Flatter, that name that I mentioned. And then the 5th and the 6th race, good luck in those. I really found the 5th race here to be the key race of the day, and a very nice one for the older veterans. So best of luck here in the late pick 4.
Field is making their way on track for today's third race. Race 3 is a claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race in 2026 or which have never won 4 races. Going for a claiming price of $4,000. We're traveling about 5 furlongs over the turf course, competing for a purse of $15,300. Race 3 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent late pick 4 wagering. Race 3 post parade, number 1 is Sparkling Silver, Alexis Sanchez riding for trainer Steve Cathcart and owner Pan Am Racing. Born to Run Racing Stable owned the number 2 Kid Gizmo. Steve Jadu rides for trainer Roy Augustino. Number 3 is Iron Pyrite, ridden today by Leo Salez. Julie Mathis trains for owner David Mathis. Number 4 is Wicked Mercury. Deshaun Gaskin picks up the mount for trainer Tony Adamo and owner Icon Racing Stables. Number 5 is Me Tormenta. Jodine Anderson riding for trainer Lindsay Hode and owner Twin Eagle Stable. Cindy Musto owns and trains the number 6 Fair Hope Curly. The rider is Michael David. Number 7 is Really Thirsty. Brian Shane has the call for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Bruno Schickadans. Completing the field, number 8, Super Cop, owned and trained by Aaron Rickman. The rider is Juan Crawford. We're on the turf for race 3. Late pick 4 wagering starts here. Field is crossing onto the turf course. Not too much time left to get those race 3 wagers in. 7-5 favorite is the number 4 Wicked Mercury. 3-1 support on the number 7 Really Thirsty. 4-1 on the number 6 Fair Hope Curly. Field of 8 to kick off the late pick 4. Fillies and mares on the turf course. Race 3 mares are behind the starting gate. It is now post time. 6-5 on Wicked Mercury as we begin loading for the late pick 4. First of 2 turf races on the card. Sparkling Silver and Alexis Sanchez to gate 1. Gate 2 for Kid Gizmo and Steve Jadu. Kid Gizmo, bit reluctant. Goes up now. Leo Salas aboard Iron Pyrite to gate 3. 6-5 favorite, the 9-year-old mare, Wicked Mercury with Deshaun Gaskin looking for back-to-back wins. Me Tormenta in her Fort Erie debut under Jodine Anderson. Fair Hope Curley and Michael David. Really Thirsty and Brian Shane to gate 7, a 5-2 chance. Last in will be Super Cop and Juan Crawford. Super Cop goes in, we're all set. And they're off. Super Cop out well from the far outside with Fair Hope Curley, Wicked Mercury third between horses. Then we have Iron Pyrite and Sparkling Silver. Me Tormenta taking back on the inside of Really Thirsty, and Kid Gizmo can see them all. 7 lengths front to back as they race through the backstretch and into the turn. And from the far outside, it's Super Cop, who's taken back to second as Fair Hope Curley in the white blinkers opens up 2 lengths. 22-2 for the opening quarter. It's Fair Hope Curley and Michael David. Super Cop now ridden along a bit by Juan Crawford with Sparkling Silver and Alexis Sanchez on the inside third. Fourth is Wicked Mercury with Deshaun Gaskin. Here comes Really Thirsty trying to launch a rally under Brian Shane as they swing the bend into home. It's still Fair Hope Curley clinging to the lead, but here comes Super Cop and Really Thirsty down the far outside. Nowhere to go for Sparkling Silver. Super Cop hits the front. Really Thirsty is surging. Really Thirsty. Super Cop down to the wire. Really Thirsty gets up. Really Thirsty over Super Cop, then Fair Hope Curley, Sparkling Silver. Late charge from Kid Gizmo, 58-2. Unofficial in race 3, the winner is number 7, Really Thirsty. Second is the 8, Super Cop. Third, number 6, Fair Hope Curley. And fourth, number 1, Sparkling Silver. Unofficial race 3 order, 7-8-6-1. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's third race, number 7, Really Thirsty. Really Thirsty is a 5-year-old dark bear brown mare by Stay Thirsty out of Interissa, bred in California by Terry C. Lovinger. Ridden to victory today by Brian Shane, Really Thirsty is trained by Julie Mathis for Bruno Schickadans. 4th lifetime win in 19 starts for Really Thirsty, her 2nd win of the 2026 campaign. She completes the about 5 furlongs over the turf course in a time of 58-2. Congratulations to the connections of Really Thirsty. Hold all tickets until race 3 is made official. Race 3 is now official. Prices are up. Really Thirsty returns $9.10 to win, $4.50 and $3.30. Second, number 8, Super Cop, $8.40 to place, $5.20. Third, number 6, Fair Hope Curly, $3.40 to show. $2 Exacta, $7.8, $71.80. The $1 Try, $7.86, $143.20. $1 Super, $7.861, $990, 10 cents. $2 Double, $1.7, $105.60. And the $1 Pick 3, $372.20. Be sure to come out tomorrow for a free concert after the races featuring Rock Garden. This year, the Trackside Tiki Bar has been sponsored by Fort Erie's The Place Bar and Grill, the place to go after the races at 981 Garrison Road. And we'd like to thank our sponsor at Portage M&A Advisory. You've already made history. Now it's time to make your future. Portage Advisory, contact info on screen now. Race 4 changes. A rider change on the number 1, Van Du. Make the rider Leo Salas correct the weight to 124 pounds. 17 minutes to post.
Race 4 up next. 5.5 furlongs is the distance for these fillies and mares, and they're in for the $8,000 tag. It's a pretty competitive field in here. As you go through this group, I really can't say that any of these horses would be impossible. It wouldn't be a shock to see any of them land a trip to the winner's circle. And when it came down to it for me, I thought the number 5, Legs Like Flatter, was the right move. I've always been a big fan of hers. She shows up in just about every single race that she's been able to run here at Fort Erie. A 4-time winner from those 7 starts here on the main track. And she put it together in her first start off the layoff. It can always be a little tricky to see if horses are going to be ready to roll, but she certainly was. And she was able to hang on there by 3/4 of a length. I expect her to be better and stronger in this event. She showed that early foot. By no means does she even need to be that forward. I do like the draw for her, and I love that Juan Crawford sticks with her in here. So Legs Like Flatter on top for me. The 6, Traverse, she had a sensational 2025 campaign, and in her return to the races here, she showed the speed. She just kind of chased there, and she was second best behind Get Out the Vote, who she does have to face again. For her, it was one of her more disappointing figures, certainly here at Fort Erie, but I do think she can build upon that race. She's going to show speed once again. Another one that I think, in terms of where she has to be, she doesn't need the lead, but I would expect her to be maybe 2 lengths off of it maximum in the early stages. Nice to see Helen Vanek already with a win here on the Monday program. And then finally, like I said, it's wide open. I do go to the 4, Get Out the Vote. My one concern would be 4 races here in the last month. It just, she ran those 2 big races here. It didn't look like it physically took a lot out of her. She just kind of romped here in the opening race here on opening day, and then from there took a step forward with a different trip. Still won by 4 lengths, but she did get tested last time out in the long run after carrying that stakes race, and she chased the pace in there, and she did back out of it to finish 5th. So she's wheeling back here off of the 8 days of rest. This is obviously significant class relief for her, and even the fact that 2 starts back, that's the race I wouldn't say is necessarily class relief, because she did have to face several of these rivals in here, but she was able to put them away by 4 lengths. So softer spot than that stakes race just a week ago, but I just thought the price would be right elsewhere, and ultimately went with the 5 on top here at Legs Like Flatter. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's fourth race. Race 4 is a claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race in 2026 or which have never won 4 races. Going for a claiming price of $8,000 down to $7,000, traveling a distance of 5 1/2 furlongs, competing for a purse of $23,100. Race 4 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, and 20-cent pick 3 wagering. Race 4 post parade, number 1 is Van Du. Leo Salas picks up the mount for trainer Joe Humber and owner Joy Elkins. Number 2 is Ash Carnelli, racing for Colebrook Farms. Deshaun Gaskin rides for trainer Kevin Buttigieg. We'll come back to the 3. Number 4 is Get Out the Vote, ridden today by Steve Jadu. John Sims trains and part owns with Denise Carpenter. Number 5 is Legs Like Flatter. The rider is Juan Crawford. Sharon Chicotto trains for Mike Newell and Diane Nellist. Bruno Schickadans owns the number 6, Traves. Helen Vanek riding for trainer Nick Malini Jr. Number 7 is Chrome's Big Break. Kirk Johnson has the call for trainer Steve Cathcart and owner Pierre Crete. On screen now, number 3, Getting Ahead, racing for owner-trainer Aaron Rickman. The rider is Jodine Anderson. Race 4 kicks off the final rolling pick 3 of the day. Starting gate moving into position. Not much time left to get your race 4 wagers in. Race 4 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Number 4, Get Out the Vote, your 2-1 favorite. First up is Van Du with Leo Salas. Gate 2 for Ash Carnelli and Deshaun Gaskin. Getting ahead with Jodine Anderson. Get Out the Vote with Steve Jadu. Legs Like Flatter and Juan Crawford. The 9-year-old Traves with Helen Vanek. Last up will be Chrome's Big Break and Kirk Johnson. All set. Still waiting on Chrome's Big Break. In now, all set. And they're off. Traves broke well from the outside, speed from the middle for getting ahead, and down along the rail, Van Du being sent by Salas to the lead. Chrome's Big Break is 4 deep on the far outside, with Ash Carnelli racing in 5th towards the rail on the inside of Get Out the Vote. Legs Like Flatter can see them all. They race within the half-mile pole. Now Traves puts the pressure on Van Du. Chrome's Big Break and Kirk Johnson in good position in 3rd, past a quarter in 22-1. Then it's getting ahead and Jodine Anderson traveling well on the rail. Get Out the Vote also saves ground under Steve Jadu. Crawford asks Legs Like Flatter to get going, and that leaves Ash Carnelli at the back. Just over 2 furlongs to travel. Van Du fending off the challenge of Traves. Getting ahead, looks loaded, but nowhere to go. Had to hit the brakes. Ash Carnelli swinging out with Get Out the Vote. Down the far outside, Legs Like Flatter, a furlong to go. It's Van Du and Leo Salas up by 2, but here comes Get Out the Vote and Steve Jadu. Ash Carnelli down the inside. They're going to try and get Van Du on both sides. 70 yards to go. Ash Carnelli, Van Du clinging, but Ash Carnelli and Deshaun Gaskin rally up the fence to win. Ash Carnelli wins over Van Du. Get Out the Vote, Traves, Legs Like Flatter, Chrome's Big Break. Then getting ahead, 105-1. Unofficial in race 4, the winner is number 2, Ash Carnelli. Second, number 1, Van Du. Third, number 4, Get Out the Vote. And fourth, number 6, Traves. Unofficial race 4 order, 2-1-4-6. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a rider's claim of foul in race 4. The rider of number 3 Getting Ahead, claiming foul against the unofficial runner-up, number 1 Van Du, alleging interference at the quarter pole. Once again, that's a rider's claim of foul, 3 against 1 at the quarter pole. Does not affect the unofficial winner, number 2 Ash Carnelli, who is in the winner's circle. Ash Carnelli is a 5-year-old bay mare by Passion for Action out of Fair Rose, a homebred here in Ontario for owner Colebrook Farms. Riding double on the card for Deshaun Gaskin. Ash Carnelli is trained by Kevin Buttigieg. That's her 6th lifetime win in 17 career starts. She completes the 5.5 furlongs today in a winning time of 105-1. Congratulations to the connections of Ash Carnelli. Hold all tickets as the inquiry is ongoing. Claim the foul has been disallowed. There'll be no change in race 4. Race 4 order 2146 will be made official momentarily. Race 4 is now official. Another upset on the card. Ash Carnelli returns 1760 to win, 710 and 320. Van Du is also a good price, pays 1040 to place 520. Third number 4, Get Out the Vote, 230 to show. $2 exacta, 2-1, 129.50. The $1 try, 214, $119.65. $1 super, 2146, 503.65. $2 double, 7-2, 69.50. $1 pick 3, $514.65, and the $1 early pick 4, $3,566.65. And a reminder, tomorrow we're celebrating Canada Day at the races. Post time is 4:30, and we've got a free concert from Rock Garden after the last race. Our Canada Day Festival is thrown in partnership with Fort Erie Festivals. There'll be free cupcakes on track while supplies last. Race 5 is coming up in 19 minutes. Stewart scratched the number 3, Galveston.
Race 5 going to kick off the late double $8,000 claimers here, Colts and Geldanes, and they will square away here at the 6 furlong distance. And in my opinion, I thought this was going to be the best race of the day because it's a quality group, but it's also just a bunch of horses that when you go to maybe their last 3 efforts, there's a race in there that would certainly be good enough to win this. I think it's going to come down to trips. It's going to come down to the pace scenario for sure as well. And there is a scratch here of the 3 Galveston, which does impact that a bit, as I did feel like there was plenty of speed signed on. He would have been one of the speed runners, and we'll see how it's going to square away now with still a couple of speedy types, including the 4 Name of the Game and the 5 Truly Mischief. But ultimately, I thought the 6 Bingo's Grind could get the right setup, a horse that as of late has been a little further off of it. Has been trying to roll from the back, just missed 2 starts back behind If You Insist, who's been a really fun horse here to watch, just kind of relishes any sort of distance here on the main track. And then last time out was able to step up in for 10,000 and was third, beaten by 3/4. The winner, Stylish Gent, runner-up, Always Away. Very respectable runners, and Stylish Gent caught the flyer that he needed on the front end, a horse that when he opens up a couple lengths on the field, good luck to everyone else because they really do have a tough time reeling him in. So I thought Bingo's Grind certainly ran his race. Expect even a little bit more here, 3rd start off the layoff, and I just have to hope that he's able to sit and come with 1 run and that he lets the pace develop in front of him. A couple of others to mention, the 8 Paperback Hero, a horse that you have to respect, you have to love. Look at the resume here over the main track. Now, he's a 9-time winner. He's got a lot of minor places to kind of boot on that as well. You can see a combined 30 for 36 in the money here on the main track. I absolutely loved his effort last time out. He was rolling. I thought Helen Vanek gave him a perfect ride in just his 2nd start of the season. And they are only a half a length behind Silent Miracle. And part of me thinks that maybe the track flattered the winner just a little bit, but he was another one that was able to step up. And I just think the Paperback Hero now can maybe get at least a piece. I am concerned a little bit with his running style and the way that the track's been playing today, because I do think he's going to be further off of it than, say, the number 6 in here, Bingo's Grind. But at least I know that he typically makes his run, and it's usually good enough for a share. And speaking of the pace, the number 5, Truly Mischief, is a horse that go through the past performances. I mean, he's had to face the heavy hitters in the sprint division here the past year or so. You're looking at the likes of Victory March, Shakumaku, just some of the names to mention a few. And kind of looking at him, he did have a little bit of a fitness edge on others because he had those efforts up at Woodbine in late April and early May. And actually, I think he kind of ran a little bit better than I expected on that surface. He came here in his most recent effort, which is an allowance event, so obviously tougher, especially considering the top 2 in there, the winner being Garofoli and then Pat's Gamble, the runner-up in there. I just think those waters were a little bit deeper in terms of the horses that finished in front of him. He only missed by just a little bit in there, so he's a horse that I have to respect from a speed perspective. He benefits from the scratch of the 3. The only thing I wish is that the other speed in here that I see, the number 4 Name of the Game, wasn't directly to his inside. So we'll see if this sets up for a horse that's able to stalk and come with 1 run. That's going to be my hope here as I do go to the number 6, Bingo's Grind on top. Good luck.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the winners of today's non-winning ticket prize draws to announce. Could Marilyn Kostick, Alicia, and Pat Bradley please report to customer service? Once again, that's Marilyn Kostick, Alicia, and Pat Bradley. Congratulations, you have won today's non-winning ticket prize draws. Please head to customer service to collect your prizes. Field is making their way on track for today's fifth race. Race 5 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race in 2026 or which have never won 4 races. Going for a claiming price of $8,000 down to $7,000, traveling a distance of 6 furlongs, competing for a purse of $23,100. Race 5 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, and 20-cent superfecta wagering. Race 5 Post Parade, number 1 is Kitty Holiday. Pierre Mailhot rides for owner-trainer John Sims. Number 2 is Rise My Guy. Juan Crawford in the saddle for trainer Sharon Chicato, who owns in partnership with Jim Vatier and Michael Thomas Green. Scratch the number 3. Number 4 is Name of the Game, racing for Jeannie Ryan. Leo Salas rides for trainer Danny Wills. Number 5 is Truly Mischief. Jeffrey Alderson in the saddle for trainer Claudia Rabstein and owner John Grinsteins. Number 6 is Bingo's Grind. Kirk Johnson has the call for trainer Michael Cohen and owner Gerald Attard. Number 7 is Silent Miracle. Romero Mirage rides for trainer Jeff Voice and owner Robin Voice. And completing the field, number 8, Paperback Hero. Helen Vanek riding for trainer Roy Augustino and owner Reggie Johnston. Late double wagering offered here in race 5. Not much time left to get your race 5 wagers in. Late double wagering offered here. 2-1 favorite is the number 5, Truly Mischief. 5-2 on the number 6, Bingo's Grind. 4-1 on both 7, Silent Miracle, and 8, Paperback Hero. Competitive group set to go to post here to kick off the late double. Race 5 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Co-favorites are 5, Truly Mischief, and 6, Bingo's Grind. First to go in will be Kitty Holiday with Pierre Mailhot off the claim. Also making his first start off the claim is Rise My Guy with Juan Crawford. The Gray, Name of the Game, and Leo Salas. Jeffrey Alderson aboard Truly Mischief. Bingo's Grind and Kirk Johnson. I'd like to say welcome to Fort Erie to jockey Romero Mirage. He's aboard Silent Miracle. Last in will be Paperback Hero and Helen Vanek. All set. And they're off. They've broken a good line. Truly Mischief puts the head in front of Name of the Game. Rise My Guy also racing forwardly from the inside with Silent Miracle out wide. Paperback Hero is fifth, racing on the outside of Kitty Holiday, and the trailer is Bingo's Grind. Name of the Game wants the lead. Leo Salas drives and puts the neck in front of Truly Mischief and Jeffrey Alderson. Juan Crawford has Rise My Guy on the rail in third, racing a length and a half better than Silent Miracle and Romero Mirage as they pass the quarter in 21-4. Paperback Hero is 3 deep under Helen Vanek. Now Kirk Johnson gets Bingo's Grind moving on the rail with Kitty Holiday and Pierre Mailhot between horses. Midway round the turn, the battle continues. Name of the Game and Truly Mischief head and head. Rise My Guy, Juan Crawford in the pink silks, biding his time in third as Bingo's Grind swings to the outside. 44-4 to the half. They turn the bend into home, and here comes Bingo's Grind down the far out stride. Rise My Guy trying to split horses, but Bingo's Grind has quickly opened up 2 lengths. Rise My Guy with a surge. Kitty Holiday from the back. Rise My Guy clinging, but Rise My Guy gets up. Rise My Guy over Bingo's Grind. Then Kitty Holiday, Name of the Game, Truly Mischief, Paperback Hero, and Silent Miracle, 110-1. Unofficial in race 5, the winner is number 2, Rise My Guy. Second is the 6, Bingo's Grind. Third, number 1, Kitty Holiday. And fourth, number 4, Name of the Game. Unofficial race 5 order, 5-6-1-4. 2-6-1-4. Now back to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's 5th race, number 2, Rise My Guy. Rise My Guy is a 5-year-old chestnut gelding by Cajun Breeze out of Lulu Laura, bred in Florida by Stonehedge LLC. Ridden to victory today by Juan Crawford, Rise My Guy is trained by Sharon Chicato, who owns in partnership with Jim Vatier and Michael Thomas Green. First win of the season for Rise My Guy, his 4th lifetime win. He gets the split and rallies to complete the 6 furlongs in a time of 1:10-1. Congratulations to the connections of Rise My Guy. Hold all tickets until race 5 is made official. Race 5 is now official. Prices are up. Rise My Guy, $24.10 to win, $11.20 and $5.30. Second, number 6, Bingo's Grind, $5.10 to place, $2.90. Third, number 1, Kitty Holiday, $4 to show. $2 exacta, 2.6, 104.20. The $1 try, 261, 183.65. $1 super, 2614, $716.15. $2 double, a pair of twos, 122.60. And the $1 pick 3, $628.40. We'd like to say thank you to TELUS, who's sponsoring this year's Fort Foodie Fest. TELUS Pure Fiber Internet is expanding in more areas of St. Catharines. And a thank you to our partners at FINA Insurance Solutions. FINA will see you through to the finish line. Race 6 changes, a rider change on the number 1, Charity First. Make the rider Michael David. He'll be 3 pounds over at 120. And an overweight on the number 7, Arctic Velocity, 1 pound over at 118. 18 minutes to post.
We'll round things out here on the Monday program in the 6th. It's a maiden special weight event on the turf course at about 7 furlongs for colts and geldings. We do have a mare here and the rail, and we do have a filly in this field as well, but it's a little bit of an interesting group. A couple of horses that are going to get under the turf, or they're going to stretch out on the grass, a little bit of everything. And just kind of looking at the form today, we've seen some prices along the way, and I just had a peek at the will pays in the pick 4 and the pick 5. There are some juicy ones. So if you're alive, best of luck here in the final race. In terms of my top pick, I did go to the 6 in here, Speedy Connection. This one goes out for the Adamo barn, was claimed last time out for $15,000 off of Pat Dixon in Colebrook Farms, and has just been very competitive, has shown some early foot. I am curious to see how the form recently at 7 Ace translates to not only the turf, but a 2-turn 7 Ace event. But I do think that this horse has the right sort of stuff to get the job done in terms of trip. I like that we're going to see a forward trip. In terms of the turf today, we did see that horse kind of rally up past Super Cop in the final stages, but I do think position does mean a lot. So Speedy Connection on top. I thought the 4 in here, I like it when it snows, is a little bit of a wild card. Leo Salas going to climb back aboard, and was aboard in that final start last year where it ended up being his best performance. Now, I understand it was against Lesser. It was a race carded for the grass, but moved to the main track. So since it was at 7 Ace, it went to 6.5 here. And this horse just got a little bit better. Also got Lasix for the first time, which I thought was a big selling point. Now we'll see if this one's able to roll. But I did think off the layoff, trying the grass is a little intriguing. I did like the pedigree here, especially the bottom side for the turf. So value looks to be correct here on the number 4. I like it when it snows. And then outside of these two, I'm actually going to go with the filly in here, the 7 Arctic Velocity, who was second best last time out behind Heavy Like a Chevy, who just stole it from the get-go. Brian Shane, and I believe, was aboard that horse, if I'm not mistaken, and just opened up a sizable lead there and just took it to them early, and no one could catch. But Arctic Velocity did seem to make a little bit of a dent in that kind of margin, and then the winner was able to pull clear. So I do have some curiosity about her stretching out. Kind of look at the turf form, has gone a mile here late last season. I thought the effort was okay in a big field of 10, showed some speed and was forward. I'd actually like to see her just sit a little bit more, similar to what we saw last time out. I think that might suit her well on the added distance today, going from the 5 Ace to about 7 Ace. So tricky way to end things up here on this Monday and round it out. We're back tomorrow, 4:30 for that first post, and another 6-race program on tap. Weather is beautiful here this week, so we hope that you join us tomorrow on site. Good night.
Field is making their way on track for today's sixth and final race. Race 6 is a maiden allowance race for 3-year-olds and up. Traveling about 7 furlongs over the turf course, competing for a purse of $22,050. Race 6 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, 20-cent super, and 20-cent jackpot high five wagering, just over $500 in the carryover. Race 6 post parade, number 1 is Charity First. Mikey David picks up the mount for trainer Paul Epien and owner MPB Stables. Number 2 is Wood Glen Court. Edgar Zenteno riding for trainer Bill McMahon and owner Janelle McMahon. Even Steven Stables own the number 3 Alzado. Alexis Sanchez rides for trainer Roy Augustino. Number 4 is I Like It When It Snows. Leo Salez riding for trainer Doug Carter, who owns in partnership with Terry Carter. Number 5 is Mulmer. Steve Jadu pilots for trainer Roy Augustino and owner Sergio Magrin. Icon Racing Stables own the number 6 Speedy Connection. Zerrell Ford riding for trainer Tony Adamo. Number 7 is Arctic Velocity. Corey Jordan riding for trainer Paul Lepien and owner MPB Stables. Number 8 is Sunset Skippy racing for Richard Walpole. Jeffrey Alderson rides for trainer Tom Steer. Completing the field, number 9, Rose for Carrick. Juan Crawford riding for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Bruno Schickadans. We're on the turf for the nightcap. Jackpot high five wagering offered here. Race 6 field is crossing onto the turf course. Not much time left to get your race 6 wagers in. Jackpot high five wagering offered here. Current favorite at 4 to 5 is the number 6, Speedy Connection. Second choice at 6 to 1 is the number 9, Rose for Carrick. Full field of 9 to close out the Monday card here at Fort Erie. Race 6 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Field of 9 to close out the card. Going to go a circuit of the turf course. The first in will be Charity First. One of 2 fillies in this field. Mikey David aboard. Wood Glen Court and Edgar Zenteno. Alzado with Alexis Sanchez. Alzado goes up. I Like It When It Snows and Leo Salas. I Like It When It Snows, a bit restless behind the gate. I Like It When It Snows goes up. Malmer, fractious behind the gate. Steve Jadu is off. Now running loose on the turf course. Stand by. Ladies and gentlemen, by order of the stewards, we have a late scratch here in race 6. Take out the number 5, Malmer. Race 6, number 5, Malmer, a late steward scratch behind the gate. Win, play, show, exacta, try, super. And jackpot high 5 wagers on the number 5, Malmer, will be refunded. There'll be a consolation double paid out. And if you had Malmer in any live pick 3, pick 4, or pick 5 wagers, you will inherit the post-time favorite. Once again, that is a late steward scratch of the number 5, Malmer. Slight delay before the start of today's 6th race. And the starting gate is back in position. Mulmer is off the track. We're ready to resume loading for today's 6th and final race. Down to 8 going to go a circuit of the turf course after the late scratch of Mulmer. 3 to 5 on Speedy Connection. Charity First, the first to come up, Mikey David. Edgar Zenteno and Wood Glen Court. Alzado with Alexis Sanchez. I Like It When It Snows, Leo Salas. I Like It When It Snows, Restless. Now I Like It When It Snows has gone in. The Favorite, Speedy Connection, and Zerrell Ford. Speedy Connection goes up. Arctic Velocity with Corey Jordan. Sunset Skippy making his turf debut with Jeffrey Alderson. Sunset Skippy comes up. Last in will be Rose for Carrick and Juan Crawford. Juan Crawford looking for both ends of today's late double. All set. And they're off. Rose for Carrick out slowly. Speed from the center of the gate for Speedy Connection and Alzado. Arctic Velocity trying to take back and find her way to the rail. Then we have Wood Glen Court racing on the inside with I Like It When It Snows, drifting out and carrying out Sunset Skippy. Several lengths back to Charity First, and the trailer after the slow beginning is Rose for Carrick. They turn into the backside, and Alzado and Alexis Sanchez have taken the advantage, a length and a quarter better than Speedy Connection. Good position third on the inside for Wood Glen Court, racing a length better than Arctic Velocity in the two-path. I Like It When It Snows is next, then Sunset Skippy, well back to Charity First, and Rose for Carrick. 23-3 for the opening quarter. The lead still belongs to Alzado, and the red blinkers now being pressed by Speedy Connection. They race out from the trees. It's Wood Glen Court still 2 lengths off the lead in third. Arctic Velocity fourth. I Like It When It Snows fifth. Then Sunset Skippy sixth in the two-path. 5 lengths back to Rose for Carrick, and now Charity First trails. 47-1 to the half. Speedy Connection has disposed of Alzado as they turn for the drive. Wood Glen Court comes off the inside to launch his bid. Alzado trying to dig back in on the rail, and here comes Arctic Velocity down the extreme outside. It's Speedy Connection on the lead, but tired. Wood Glen Court trying. Sunset Skippy dives to the rail and has momentum. I like it when it snows. It's a stagger fest home. Here's Sunset Skippy and Jeffrey Alderson drawing clear to win. Sunset Skippy a length to Speedy Connection, then Wood Glen Court. I like it when it snows. Arctic Velocity, Charity first, Rose for Carrick and Alzado. 126 and 2. Unofficial in race 6, the winner is number 8, Sunset Skippy. Second is the 6, Speedy Connection. Third, number 2, Wood Glen Court. Fourth, number 4, I Like It When It Snows. Unofficial race 6 order, 8624. Race 6 is official. Now back to the winner's circle, the official winner of today's 6th race, number 8, Sunset Skippy. Sunset Skippy is a 4-year-old bay gelding by Society's chairman out of Hijiki, a homebred here in Ontario for owner Richard Walpole. Rallying up the rail under Jeffrey Alderson, Sunset Skippy breaks the maiden in start number 5, his first try on the turf course, completing the about 7 furlongs today in a winning time of 126 and 2. Congratulations to the connections of Sunset Skippy. Race 6 is official. Prices are up. Sunset Skippy returns 810 to win, 330 and 240. Second, number 6, Speedy Connection, 230 to place, 210. Third, number 2, Wood Glen Court, 280 to show. $2 exacta, 8.6, 14.30. The $1 try, 8.62, 21.55. $1 super, 8.624, 73.65. The high 5, 8.6247 for 20 cents, return $394.21. Multiple winning tickets in the high 5, so the carryover into tomorrow's card will be $1,504.51.
$2 double, 2-8, $190.40. The consolation double with the late scratch number 5, $19.80. $1 pick 3 returns $608.60. $1 late pick 4, $3,226.10. And the pick 5 for 4 out of 5 returns $1,690.55. Jackpot High 5 carryover into tomorrow's card will be $1,504.51. Visit our website, FortErieRacing.com, for information about everything going on here at the track. Tune into the pre-race show for info about the track conditions, scratches and changes, handicapping, and info about upcoming races and events. Racing is back tomorrow at Fort Erie. Post time will be 4:30. Be sure to stick around after the last race tomorrow for a free concert at the Tiki Bar featuring Rock Garden. The Wiener Dogs come back to Fort Erie on Sunday, July 12th. As always, admission is free. Tune into the Fort Erie Race Replay Show on your TV Niagara, Channel 70 HD or Channel 100 Epico, Thursdays at 10:30, Saturdays at 4, and Sundays at noon. And that concludes the Monday action here from Fort Erie Racetrack. We'd like to thank everybody for joining us here today. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place, 4:30 first post for another 6-race card. Thank you for joining us here today and enjoy the rest of your Monday evening.